Good morning, everybody. Let's figure out if all these things are working. Once again. Good morning. It's not quite afternoon yet. Later than usual. Genghis Khan, 321, thank you for the follow, brother or sister. Let's not assume anything here. Good morning. Great to be here. Great to see you. Hope you all slept well. Off to a late start today, all of a sudden. Such is life. Had to get the rest of the family out the door. For some reason, most people were off to a late start in the household today, so kind of pushed back everything else. But now we are here. We're ready to go. Feeling excited. Feeling warm and fuzzy. There we go. Bam. Let's see who's online. Wow, a lot of people early this morning. Awesome sauce. Not too bad. And I managed to I got really fortunate when was that? Monday? Last run of the day, basically, just before logging off, I managed to get the cloak from Stratholme Undead Baron that I was waiting for. And then by chance I'd completely forgotten that another item actually was present from the dungeon that I could use, so I also got the Peacemaker, which was an upgrade to what I had before. So you can say, get one item, chase one item, but get one free. What is not to like? That was absolutely awesome. So yeah, I am fortunate. And at some point on, I need to clear out my bags, or at least do some stuff with them. But yeah, so I figured that I should try today to pursue the fact of actually chasing down more of my pre-bis. Been holding it off, putting it off a long time, so I figure I should. Basically, what I need to do is I need to predominantly look for groups for Dire Maul, and I need one round trip through north to do the quest line so I can get my headpiece. And I need... Let's think for a second here. No, that's incorrect. It's west. I need west, Dire Maul west for the quest line, but I need potentially north after that for the tribute. So yeah, so that's it. Maybe not just that's it. Seems like enough, but still. Figure I'll chase that to begin with, and then I can always... I really have not been focusing on this lately. Pushing that off until Arathi comes out, I think. But yeah, so that's the plan for now. So I figure it's going to be Dire Maul. Dire Maul, even to the extent that I can't even pronounce it anymore. But Dire Maul it is. And, yeah. So Dire Maul, and then possibly like the, yeah, and then potentially tribute runs, and then I'll have to chase down a run through Moradin at some point to try and see if I can get the ring, And then there's a couple of like PvP items I could be pursuing from Skolo, amongst others, but that's more like a convenience that'll have to come at some point. Alright, let's see here. So, there we go. Grab a few more consumables just for the hell of it, and then let's see here. Yeah, so I figured that's the plan. And a little bit later today, I need to set up the Discord sign up for raid on Sunday, so we can actually go about trying to pursue.
What can I help you with? Or the Horde!
Alrighty, I'll give it a few seconds and then I'll start chasing some randoms. Might as well make one of these while we wait, I figure. Alrighty, I might as well double check just for good measure. I believe the follow-up to the quest basically just is that you have to go and hand it in. So it should be fairly straightforward. Return and find the treasure. Yeah. Okay, so that part should be done. Check. I'm feeling fresh today. I'm feeling good, which is nice, you know. Yo, Genghis, my man. How goes? See here. Oh, Sutella, you sweet dude, wonderful man. I am blessed not only by your presence but by your support. Thank you. That was unexpected, but it warms my heart. Thank you. I mean, it might sound boring and silly, but you know, I'm actually forgot the Prime sub existed. Good morning. Yeah. Um, honestly, I almost feel like I could squeeze out just one tier. You know, that was heartwarming. Really is. Thank you. Trying to see if I could gather a group for Darmall West so I could finish my quest for the headpiece and hopefully also get the potential, maybe get the waste from the first boss as well. So let's see here. So we are missing a tank, as always, I figure. Always looking for those tanks. And a random DPS, but that part is easy, I figure. And hopefully we don't find ourselves in a situation as we had when I was doing the run on... it was on Monday, where we... there was like a tank who was... No, he wanted 40 gold per run to do tanking services. Like, fuck off. It amazes me that people... I hope nobody actually pays him, you know, not just this time around, but in general. It's so bad for the inflation of the size of his head that he has people who might actually end up paying him, because that sort of warrants the fact that he can just doing it. He should kind of just be met with people's indifference towards him and just create a situation where he can come to appreciate the fact that somebody actually relies on his services, but not at the extent that they want to pay for it. A lot of healers available today. Oh, well, that's... I've actually run with this guy before. Remember him from previous runs. Anyway, you know, we're here. Coffee's warm. Sun's shining outside. Spring's coming soon. It's not all bad. Couple of hours to enjoy gaming in good company. You know, it could not be much better than that. It really could not. So, let's see here. Just seeing if we can chase down a tank. I mean, as soon as the tank is done, then at least, you know, we can grab random DPS fairly quickly. So let's conclude that should be the easy part, right? Let's assume that should be the easy part. Yep. Let's see here. There we go. Hey, Ragdolla. Tank in. We got a tank. Okay, so let's see here. There we go. Alrighty. So let's see here. So the I just whispered a warlock last spot. He's not actually. But he's not responding right now. So let's see here. Let's be. There's another rogue, but he's also looking for the daggers, and the guy we just invited is too. So let's, for out of respect for the fact that he was there first, I want to avoid bringing in a second one. No reason to advocate, more competition than need be. Let's be ethical here. Then there's... Oh, he disappeared. I was just about to say there was potentially the priest who could dual spec. So he could have come as shadow either, but... Okay, well, just... I could go look for a random DPS, but... And I see people are back in Navy. So, the grind continues. Right. I'm actually feeling really good about the AV grind being put on hold for now. Of course, it will effectively just prolong any realistic chance of getting a higher rank. I don't necessarily know how far I still do not know how far I'm pushing. If I'm pushing more, I'm thinking, I'm contemplating the, let's say, aim for something along the lines of 11, because that could, give an opportunity for the cheap mount. But apart from that, I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all. So, but it feels nice, not necessarily being out there chasing something specific. Feels good. I like it. I like it, right? If nothing else, like the I think the thing I can conclude is the having a sense of not being troubled by having to do something, right now, knocking something out in terms of do not submit yourself to the torture. Yeah, I mean, it actually is comforting to not have that sense of pressure from having to do something necessarily, right? That it's more on a nice to basis than it's a need to. Which has been fun. Yesterday morning before work, I managed to find a very early group for whaling Camerons on my shaman. Shaman was sitting at like level 20 and a half, and I had all the quests. So managing to go in there and knock out them all, spend a little over an hour. Very, very good group. Very very clean run. Was just nice. Instead of maybe jumping on the hunter early morning and struggling to find a group. Shaft and Danny carried me in Welling cameras last night. Very efficient. Yeah. No, but maybe just like being on early, struggling to find a group for, let's say, Diamol, bright and early on a Tuesday morning. You know, so okay, the opportunity presented itself for Welding Caverns, jump on it. We're back to the ASMR coffee. Okay, so let's see. I'll try one more. Typical then, you know, once you actually find a tank, then all of a sudden you're struggling to even just find a simple DPS, right? True story, right? There's always... There we go. Your group has reached the maximum number of... Oh. Okay, let's head out. Let's head out. So I've decided today is mostly about working on my... I was about to say, am I going to the right place? I am. Today I think it's going to be mostly about trying to chase a few of my best in slot pieces. And other things of note on the to-do list for later include actually finding a wolf pet. Another thing I've sort of had on the to-do list but been putting off repeatedly. So that'll have to be at some point as well. Again, not really feeling in a hurry per se. So yeah. So that's coming. That's coming to a stream near you at some point. So yeah, it's for the fact that it's one of the wrong button. Let's try again. For the fact that it's one of the where is it? Main head. Is it? There we go. For the fact that it's gonna be the first person history to raid with a gorilla pet. Nice, brother. Sounds awesome. You know, I really. Once we get started with our raids as well, I want us to be able to have enough, let's say, space that there's room for shits and giggles. You know, we're not hardcore anyway. You know, we are. I like to call it. What was it? I've used the phrase before with my last skill as well. We are casually ambitious, right? So once we're in there, we're gonna do what we can to try to succeed, right? But we wanna have fun. We care less about parsing, you know. So if there's room and opportunity to do some of this fun stuff, you know, come with like a weird spec or whatever, then that's what we do, right? And that's the way it should be. I think that's you know, that's what'll be fun. I'll bring a crab. Yeah. Instead of just, you know, cookie cutter flavor of the month, everybody has the same, looks the same, you know. That's life is too short for that, right? So we're gonna have fun. We're gonna do something else. We're gonna have space for things that are off. So, or a turtle, yeah. Whatever goes, right? Whatever goes. But no, what I was about to say was, so I was fortunate enough to get the Peacemaker yesterday, you know. But what I wanted to say was that for what is basically the second best pre-raid item, it's not impressive, is it? It's kind of unassuming. It looks more like something you're about to put some like a chicken skewer before you put it on the barbecue, you know. This has some degree of intimidation to it. This is just size You know, this of course is whatever it is because it's most, but this it's just unimpressive, right? Let's conclude it's not size that matters, but still, you know, would have brought my pink chicken, but at level 9 I think it would die of fear before entering the raid. Yeah, definitely, you know. So I'm curious as to whether the fact, yeah, motherfucker. So the chamois found a better group. Just decided to leave us. Yep, I'm looking, yeah. There we go. Yep. Okay, so we're back on track, headed in the right direction, hopefully. To think if we actually we are going places, you know. Worst thing would be noticing that you're on the wrong flight path. I'll probably pick up dual assassination blade in the future when I get the bow and get my hit from expensive scope. Yeah, okay. Have had the Warmonger since late 40s, early 50s. It's good, but been with it for a while. Yeah. Is it actually... so, okay, yeah, 47. That's also early, right? Yeah, you can say, you know, all the others are late 50s, so yeah. But yeah, it's a BOE, right? So it's fairly easy to grab. Yeah, and 3% is a lot, right? Especially for the first many levels when you're potentially struggling to Oh, that was a mistype. Definitely the wrong button. So we're okay. Thank God we have somebody with the key. Would have been typical. Think Stomperoo bought one yesterday for 15. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, 15. You know, and 15 is nothing compared to the fact that you're getting 3% hit, right? That's massive. So that's fantastic. Yeah. So let's see here how we fare. So hopefully I can finish the quest. That gives the headpiece. Check. And then I could of course put the scope on my current blue X crossbow, but 400 to 550 gold. Oh man, rather not. Yeah. Yeah, the scope is expensive. It's gonna, sometimes you just have to either hold off and wait for it to drop in price, or you have to assess the importance of it. I'll wait for a better bow to put it on. Yeah. It's gonna be one of those situations where there's like a cost-benefit analysis. You assess whether it's important enough at this point in time for the investment and for the time span with which you're gonna have that specific weapon, right? So, yeah. I'll wait for a better bow. Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's see here. So we're going west, which means that we really need this one, warp wood binding, waste off of first boss. Let's see if I can remember my compass directions. West is over there. Okay, so let's see here. So, anywho. So let's see here, where are people? Nope, I was about to say the warlock is there, but that's the other warlock. That's one of our own. Warlock is there. Rogue is already inside, but closer to the north. So we're pretty set to go. Alrighty. So, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed for the... I was about to use the phrase, streamer luck, but I honestly don't feel that I can consider myself a streamer in that sense. So let's just settle for fingers crossed and hope for the best. Has anybody seen the new layout of Discord this morning? Kind of undecided what I feel like it right now. I think it's the whole change isn't always good, trying to wrap my head around the fact that it's different. Ragdala. Harmonia. Anyways, all of a sudden it's Wednesday, right? What happened? I mean, not... Once more, I feel like the first couple of days just disappeared. Looks pretty good. Nice and simplistic. Yeah. It does. It's a bit... It's a bit more... Is it a bit more... It feels like a bit more smooth around the edges. Okay, let's see here. So we are waiting. Okay, so we're just... Let's see. Oh, I can wait inside. Meep meep. And always remember to turn off growl, just because you want to play nice. And when you don't, you usually find out fairly quickly, which is not nice. Alright, we might as well slowly but surely get started, maybe. See if I can still remember how to do things. Ouch. Where'd that come from? Or maybe more to the point, why did it go after me? I have this idea that I hadn't turned on the sound. Let's do that. This dungeon is very annoying without a proper tank. Yeah. That wasn't so chill. Nope, wasn't. Well, let's hope that let's hope that we conclude. Let's hope we conclude that if we get off to a bad start, then things can only get better from here. The only way is up. We'll have to try again. If nothing else, we can at least live up to the truth of my capabilities, right? There's definitely room for improvement, lack of skill, but it is what it is. What I lack in skill, I make up for in perseverance. patience. It's actually, you know, an interesting... Wherein lies the difference between patience and perseverance? Is there one? We're back to being alive. We made it through a pack, you know? Things are looking up, like I said. You know, always look on the bright side. You know, Life of Brian 2.0. Find the little wins, you know. One of these places, you know, where you always the degree of like roaming mobs is just always a tad bit extra worrisome when you have a pet because you're never entirely sure what you're gonna pull and from where, right? So you're always a bit more cautious in running ahead too quickly, all those things, I feel. Because you really want to avoid being the one who pulls something by accident. Just like a proximity. It, you know, I registered the fact that I keep touching on it often. And I'm sure that will continue for so long still. But there are so many of the little things that I'm looking forward to with some of the later expansions, even just like the aspect of the Viper regen aspect for mana. Okay, here we are. We're here. This is it. This is the boss. Just boss with all trees. So priest is asking what we're doing, and he's asking the question like there's something to know in sense of tactics, which I don't. I had to conclude that I've visited most of the dungeons so far so few times that I'm actually not sure for most of them if there's something specific I need to do or remember. You know, maybe that's like a good thing. So all of a sudden, short-term memory or lack of memory or lack of insight means that you can, you know, have enjoyment in the same dungeon more than once. That's depends on okay. Can take all the ads. Okay. sorry, what was that? Somebody looking to give me something? Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Yes. I'll have to put that somewhere where I actually have it available. So we're going the wrong way, as far as I know. For lack of I'm not sure where they're going. Ah, there was one more there. Okay. You saw it here first, folks. We've had nature streams. We've had, you know, sights. This is a sightseeing stream. And at some point on, we might have a fishing stream. You know, we'll have to do that. At some point on, I'll need to level fishing as well. Like an angler session. We got Pat coming. See if we can give them a few seconds to recoup. Yep. So fishing stream. Figure out what else we can do. We'll have to do some point on we'll have to do like marathon stream, late night. Cooking stream? Probably not. But, yep. There was also talk of the renovation stream, just because, you know, gonna be knee-deep in plaster walls and everything else as of Tuesday. Still contemplating whether I should basically fire up the stream and do just like live streaming from the new house while I paint and renovate. Okay, so not sure how many we've done. Let's see. So realistically, there's should be no more left. Otherwise, we'll find out the hard way. We need to go up also to clear 2 piles and kill the hunter boss with my pets. Kill him with your pets. Sounds. Seems we have a cheerful group. I'll do a bit of regen while we wait. You'll have some stealthies over there? Yeah. There we go. At least we're still alive, you know. Still the predominant success criteria for every pull where you don't die, you know. That's a success. Ouch. Skip star. Another one of these situations where hopefully the... Yeah, okay. I was about to say either that tank pulls ahead or he pulls back. So many of these places where I really want to be cautious in by chance popping off a multi-shot. Sometimes I still feel that the angle fun that those walls were see-through when I was doing DMW. Tank tried to LOS pull. Okay. And it didn't work. It's good to know. Would be typical that you expect to be able to LOS it and then nothing happens. Ah, yes. Perfect example. We see it right here. For better or worse. But again, if you're expecting, you know, the ability to do the LOS, then you get, you know, surprised. Not so pleasantly. And yet you as a player don't have that luxury of being able to run through quite as easily. All of a sudden positioning is a bit more tricky. Where is the ideal spot? Gotta meet bloody... There's a lot of these guys, huh? The ghost will go through, but you can shoot through the... Yeah, it's... Oh, that was quite the mana burn. That went quickly, that's for sure. Looks like we made it. To some extent, as always. We're alive at least, right? Yet again. Back to success criteria number 1. They'll pick me up here, right? Nasty mana burn, right? Basically my full mana pool in a few seconds. That's how you manage to get through a lot more drinks. You know, how often do you actually need a good incentive to go through drinks, right? But still, finding a reason to drink should never be a problem. But still, we don't. On the other hand, we don't want to advocate any degree of oh, did we miss the jump? We missed the jump. Okay, oh, there's a ramp there. We must not be the first people to have jumped and failed. So I've got the quests already. So basically just need to kill the other bosses. This group needs to die. So 22 people online at this time of day. And a lot of new people, so to speak. A lot of recent joiners. Once again, it's just fantastic. The family's growing. Let's start off easy. Got the warlock doing his hellfire. Typical. LOS pull here while I stay. Oh, nice. At least somebody knows a little bit about what we're doing. Okay. I will remember to... I'll remember to actually put down a trap for once. Be a bit more useful. We just got the one. Do another. After this pylon, it's boss time. Don't come for me. I can't spare my mana. I have struggling already. Might as well continue to pull them back for now. I figure. Thankfully he did so as well. I had not noticed that I was out of mana once more. Easiest way to take a hunter out of commission? Make sure he doesn't have any mana. The struggles are real. So anyways, how is everybody doing? Sorry for not remembering to ask that quicker, you know. We've been here for about an hour. Happy hump day, isn't it? Weather outside is not too shabby. At least the sensation of spring is slowly creeping in terms of temperature. It's not quite 10 degrees yet, but we're getting there. I should probably plan to swap out my winter snow rain tires really soon for the summer ones. I was planning to maybe do that, see if I could get a time slot at the at my mechanics on Friday. See if he could squeeze in the time to do that, get that over with, be prepared for the season to come. Let's go. Positioning is not so good for... I'm not sure if hibernate breaks with damage. I believe so, so I'm gonna try to avoid doing multi-shot. Should probably install some sun film on the outside window. Okay, it's starting to warm up in my bedroom office. Yeah, so when the sun comes in, yeah. I've we actually had that at some point at the in one of my daughter's rooms as well. She had a southward facing window. It's the only one, and we put like some reflective film on the inside as well, because it was because at least it took a little bit of the heat out. Top of trees below the level of window. Okay, yeah. Let's call the pet off first so we don't end up having weird pathing, pulling something somewhere we don't want. Now, fingers crossed. Streamer luck. Streamer luck. Come on, we need that belt. Come to Papa. Bad timing. Incoming. We should have, if we had spent a few more seconds preparing properly, I should have dropped a frost trap just to slow the one ad that came. Ouch! Did it resist my... Damn it. Resisted my feign. So by summer, sun starts shining at 4 a.m. and heating up. Got a thermo here on my table, maybe 40 centimeters away. Minimum temperature just below 23. Currently 25.5. The outdoor sensor half a meter further one. Oof. Yeah, okay. That's tough. I mean... No. No luck. No luck. No dice, unfortunately. Right now it's just the window. Later on the concrete will be main culprit. Yeah. So let's see here. About equal chance, right? Roughly 25% chance per item. So purely unlucky. Didn't work. He tried to use the cables. No luck. No dice. 60% of the time it works. We are unfortunate. Yeah. We're running. Poor guy. Poor guy. We lost the priests. Kinda can't, you know, kinda can't get by without him. So, we wait. Alrighty. So let's see here. What else do we potentially have in check? That dropped as well. The priest was hoping for the pants. Sad face. Then we have... What do we have going inside? We have Magister. Shoulders. Necklace. Trinket. None of which are really... We didn't do that one. Oh, wait, we need to do that one, maybe. Then let's see here. Anything? No, 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 no. Nah, not really. Bracers of the Eclipse. Okay, fair enough to think that those are... None of it really matters, you know, that's not why we're here. Things are not going good. The struggle is real. Okay, in all fairness, I could have been a bit more... I could have had a bit more foresight. I could have run back towards the doorway and used the aspect of the pack to help the priest one run quicker back. I did not do that. That's on me. Note to self, remember to do that. We all here? No, come on. No, he's I'll wait for him this time. Shoot the damn thing. Okay. Let's regen up a bit more. At least the warlock was on point. Did a banish actually, you know. So for ouch. Seven seconds. I can probably queue this up now. Okay, so now we just need to clear the big room all the way around. We'll probably need the mana. Might as well drink up while we're waiting instead of just sitting around here doing nothing. So, a random thought just popped in. Have any of you had the good fortune at any point of finding like an expensive world drop of like a, you know, some BOE at some point? Just kind of curious if anybody's actually been fortunate enough to find something of interest and value, either that you kept or that you could effectively sell. You know, it's one of those things I figure where you basically have like a 1 in 10,000 chance of or something of finding something that actually has any true value, you know, but still kind of cool when you do. Nothing crazy, only few goals worth. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, you know, but that all of a sudden you find that one purple item where just, you know, that's just like, okay, this is, you know, my good fortune today and it's worth X amount. You find that Staff of Jordan or something like that. Not even sure what the most expensive item out there would be. Nope, no luck on the last aim shot. Not this time. I figure we're pulling back. I'll pull back as well, especially since I have aggro. Boom. One more down. It has to be a close call sometimes between whether I actually go through more arrows than I do mana drinks. I figure it probably comes out to most mana, not mana drinks, but arrows, but still. Incoming. Oh, he died. Unfortunate. See if we can save this at least. There we go. Unlikely, probably. Still quite a few nasty mobs to go, but let's see what we can manage. Ouch. Figure I better knock out some shots while it's still another good timing on that fear. See if I can contribute to more damage then. Come on. Good job from the Warlock. It's nice when you find yourself in a situation where, you know, there's a surprising situation, you know, in which you save something. Pretty still trying to put together this new looks good to me gear set. Good to me, yeah. Looks good to me gear set out, yeah. Half to 2% world drop rates, and then I set the goal to myself to make sure the random enchants are useful stats on top of the half to 2% further 10 12. So yeah, at least I'm 5 for 8 already. Nice, cool. But you know, again, we're back to we talked a bit about it the other day, right? Sometimes you need something to do with your time, right? You need to have something that gives you some sort of enjoyment. And sometimes that's maybe not just doing another dungeon. So, you know, having like a pet project, I think is great stuff. So yeah, more power to you, man. I hope it ends up being to your liking. You know, you'll have to, when you finish it, you'll have to post a picture so we can see. I can hear that the dryer is done. Beeping in the background. Any dungeons planned after this? I mean, there's a couple of things. First off, I didn't get the waste from the tree boss, so I should probably rinse and repeat at some point to do that one. I also really should be looking to do the some tribute runs, so I can get the other last pieces. But you know, let's say depending on who's around and who's available and is eager to do something, it matters less what we do. I'm keen for anything. So if there's something you need, we can also look to do that instead. That's fine. I need to go turn off that beeping sound before I go crazy. I'll be right back. The dryer beeping in my ears making me crazy. I know. Okay, let's see here. So I figure something resisted my feign here. So I see there's good fun going on in the guild chat. I got match for tribute one. If you want to run that, I would love to do that. Definitely. I've got two. I've got two items. No, untrue. I've got one item, of course, the ring, which is I still could very much use a copy of, but also the last boss king does drop my best in pre-best in slot two-handed weapon. So yeah, I would be so up for that, and even more so if it was with somebody from the guild instead of just random plebs. I'm pleb enough. There we go. Another semi-pull survived. We're going places slowly but surely. So what's everybody's take on the whole Blizzard standpoint on? I wonder if anyone has seen the 2NX from Tribute Run yet. Yeah, good question. That's the one I was hoping to grab. No, the X of no. Sorry, I'm thinking of the wrong one. Yeah, no, good question. I don't know if anybody has. I've not seen anybody with it. You would think that you would remember if you saw somebody with that thing, right? I mean, it's like the size of a pizza shovel and more. No, what I was about to say before is, what's everybody's standpoint on the whole Blizzard reinstating the hardcore guys? I asked the hunter who I bought my ring from. He hasn't seen it. I think he's still doing the DM buff hustle and selling rings. Ah, okay. So where are you guys on the whole OnlyFans raiders being given a second chance at life? All of a sudden the size of the character sort of fits with the weapon, at least, right? Both sort of scrawny. Very complicated. Both sides seem right and wrong. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things to it. I really feel that there is. They had the rule, but did that in... They had the rule, but did that in any way consider for an actual denial of service? Yeah. I mean, I can, you know, I can understand that you as a streamer, you know, it's horrible having put in so much time and effort on a hardcore realm and then lose your character to something that is so completely out of your control. I mean, if you go in and it turns out that you're under geared or overmatched for the content, right? And you wipe as a result of that, fair enough. You know, you knew that was a possibility. Here you can say that having a game provider that isn't geared for what it means to be able to survive like a DDoS thing, you know, it's so out of your control and it must be so frustrating. So from that perspective, I can understand why they would consider doing it. Also because they know if they don't, it's also strategic. If they know that if they don't, they lose such a huge amount of the player base because all the OnlyFans people disappear. You know, you don't know if/when they come back, which means there's a significant drop in viewership, which will also maybe result in a you know, loss of subscriptions, all these things. But at the same time, it feels like there's still this thought on you know, let's say there's definitely some people all of a sudden who hold some sway with a game company that others would not. If a random hardcore guild had wiped due to the DDoS, but OnlyFans had not, the situation would not be the same. We would not be in a position where there was any sort of reinstatement about to take place. That is my honest opinion. You know, trying to look at it very objectively. If it were not for the involvement/influence of OnlyFans specifically, we would not be where we are. If they're doing it all for all, then it's fine. Would assume they'll just do it for characters between X and Y. Yeah, yes, you know, I mean, you can say that, of course. I'm completely sure of the same thing. If they can easily like do an extraction to say, okay, you know, who has died within the past, let's say 2 hours, during which time we knew that this DDoS was happening. And we'll reinstate all of them. That, you know, that's then it's not specifically that OnlyFans benefits, but everybody who was susceptible as a result of what happened. But still, I'm still inclined to believe that were not for the fact that OnlyFans had died, they wouldn't have gone out and done anything to rectify the situation. Of course, you can also turn it around to say, if OnlyFans hadn't been raiding, would there have been a DDoS? Hard to say, right? So there, it's, you know, is it the cart before the horse or the horse before the cart? It's not necessarily something that you can completely identify. So yeah, tricky situation for sure. So there wouldn't have been. Don't think there was anything else high profile going. Yeah. Okay, so basically I'm not even sure. A entrance. I need to go back the other way to turn in the quests. If I can get past the mobs, I probably can't because there's a mob at the top of the stairway, so... Wasn't there? Nope, okay. I'll go see what I can find. Seems that the only thing I'd be worried is stealthing. Yeah, stealth response. Yeah, that's. I'll have to give it a shot. I see that one of the many different bots on the channel is preventing the publication of the the links to the different socials. So one degree of protection is working, but preventing another degree of something. Let's see if I can sort that later. I could probably. Oh, damn it. I forgot there's a quest downstairs as well that I didn't do. I'll have to do that afterwards, I figure. Sometimes it actually is just easier to dismiss the pet to begin with. You know, less chance of something funny happening. Isn't it over here that I'm supposed to hand it in? Yep. You called it. Okay, in the library. So that's back where I just was, is it? Yep, okay. Oh yeah, yes, though I ran past that actually. So let's see here. So I figure I will. Oh, I missed the. Okay. I ran past that. I'll go back to that one, yeah. Just wanted to try to make sure that I refreshed my feign death, so at least I have that possibility. Okay, and then it looks as if I could effectively, after that, run further through some of the channels to find the quest for the Elven Legends. Might as well knock that out as well, just to get that done with. And then there's something else somewhere. We made it. Another turtle made it to the water. Okay, here we go. Really one of those situations when you want to be absolutely certain you click the right thing. Hey! We've had this for I don't even know how long. Thank you. Whoop whoop. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. That's nice. Really is. Okay, so let's see here. So that means that we still need the belt and the belt from the tree boss. We can do that later. And then there was the tribute one run. So it's mostly a case of if we should try to gather a group for that. I'm gonna run this way for a second, figure out if this was where the quest was, and then I think I'll just go refresh my coffee, and then we can do whatever afterwards. I'm up for a tribute or something else. Nice. Also, you know, fairly decent amount of optimized stats, right? So good gain on stats for sure. These tunnels are long. Very long. Sweet. Feels nice with, you know, feels nice once in a while when you sort of have this sensation of getting something more. Okay, so where am I? Wish the design looked better on that hill. Yeah, it's one of those situations where the icon doesn't do it justice. Right? The icon sort of gives you the impression that there should be like the wings on the side, and there's not. It's just disappointing, really is. So, okay. So, let's see here. Where the devil was I? So, I've run through this tunnel here, and it's taking me back here. Hasn't it? No, it's taken me into the other one, hasn't it? I'm just trying to figure out if I needed to do Elven Legends. Telmios Dreamseeker. Where is Telmios? Tell me where he is. What was it called? Elven Legends. Okay. Verdammt. There we go. Yes. Okay. So I've made it to there. You're in DM North now? Yeah, okay. But no, what I was still just trying to figure out where the hell this guy was. He's in the library. Yeah. He's in the library. It's as far as I can read, it's a corpse in the library. This is a tough game, man. Not gonna lie. This is a tough game. Toughest part is a combination of reading, not just in general, but actually, you know, paying attention to what things say, both in terms of the quests, but also then doing what it says. I'm challenged. I'm mentally challenged here. Okay. Oh, there's also a vendor of some kind. I did not know. What do you got? You got anything good? Not really. Okay, so let's see here. So where is the correct? There we go. Okay, tragically, you know, I've ran past here. I maybe even basically browsed my mouth across it and didn't notice. Okay, and then we go back to Camp Mohache. Okay, so let's see here. So if we I might as well park my ass here for a second, go grab that coffee, and then when I get back, we can always figure out if we want to do the either a tribute run or something else. So just give me 2 minutes, and I will be right back for more. Sorry about that. So, back again. Okay, so let's see what we can do. So, do we look to do a tribute run? Is that it? Is that what we're doing? Is that it? I mean, I'm totally down. That's for sure. Le tribute? Or do we want to do something else? I'm down if we find a good group. Okay. Well, I mean, throw me a whisper to begin with, and then I'll start seeing if we can collect some people for it. See what we can rally the troops if we're lucky. At least, you know, at this point in time, at least it's looking more blue than green. You know, visually, it's coming along. It's more appealing to the eye. Can I actually skirt this guy? I'm not even sure. Wow, that was a risky one. I did not expect him to pop up so quickly. See where that Pat got off to. Think what it would have been like if they had made the dungeon so that you couldn't get out without the key. Think of the punishment you would have been facing. To go back to my weapon upgrade, think Hunter Biz is like 2% crit plus some stats. Most likely epic drops and MC or stuff from UBS. I'd be yelled if I rolled on. The BOE blades were 1% crit, then I could slap 15. Yeah. Which is the BOE blade? Okay, so there's nobody from the guild who's completely keen on tribute right now. Fair enough. I'm gonna give them one more chance. Otherwise, let's see if we come across Assassination Blade. Ah, okay, yes. Not sure I remember that one. I'm actually, but I have to Google it just for good. Assassination Blade. Oh yeah, yes, yeah, yes. Looking at it now, yeah, that's cool. It's also, I mean, I like the look of it. I like the feel of like the ninja blade thing. I think that's cool, and with the glow on it, it's awesome. Yep. Okay, so we're just about to see if we could find people for a tribute run, and it seems that the guild is in a position where they're not quite there. Bud healer. Let's see here. I'll do DM North. Go and tribute. Yeah, no, the Assassination Blade is cool. It definitely is. I like the look of it. Just seeing there's no frost on the auction house. Don't know if we should take the risk of sneaking past the boss. There's a guy here who has the... See, there's a guy here who's got the... There's a rogue online looking for group who has the mats, so we could bring him. So effectively here. Rananjarvi. I'm fine with getting him, yeah. There we go, all of a sudden we got a full group. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay, and I'm actually at north all of a sudden. I did not even remember I should have stayed inside. Alrighty. I'm completely out of my I was about to say comfort zone, but knowledge skill. I don't think I've done a tribute run. I was about to try to figure out what year I did it last. You know, like, are we talking? I never managed to do it when Classic WoW came out the first time. So we're talking, you know, we're talking vanilla days, if that. So it's been a while. It's been like 20 years ish. Is it like riding a bicycle? Okay. At least we're here. We're here. We have an opportunity, and you know, so tribute run, tarnished elven ring, yes please. That would be most appreciated. And then, just as much, barbarous blade, yes please, thank you. That would also be very much appreciated. We're talking, we're talking the slight increase, right? Really minute. Of course, it still comes out at 7%, you know, so it's measurable, but at least tribute is fast and easy. I'm glad you say that because I have no recollection. I will listen and follow the pros. I will listen and follow the pros, and I will do what I can to avoid pulling something which was not supposed to be pulled. That is all I can. That is the best I can promise. got Adams in Badlands. If Adams, if you're in here and you happen to notice Broken Tooth, the cat spawn. I can't even say that I would love to know so that I can try to get there in time, because that's not realistic. But the little ledge jump at the start is probably the hardest. Oh yeah, yes. Dark Moon Fair starts in 11 days. Dark Moon Fair. Dark Moon Fair looks a bit more like, you know, a welcoming party for Saruman or something. Like the all-seeing eye just staring at you. Doesn't really give off a vibe of Dark Moon Fair. This is a fair, you know. This is gonna be fun, enjoyable. It's more like evil is lurking. And it's coming to a neighborhood near you. So let's see how it goes. Fingers crossed. Tribute. Once in a while you get lucky, and the items you're actually chasing show up first time around. Right? Sometimes you find yourself in a situation where you just struggle to get it 5 times, 10 times, and so on. Why do I keep hitting the wrong button? What is actually what are the... Yeah, so there's the Tarnished Ring. Again, I only have the one good ring right now. I only have the AV Exalted Frostwolf, so... At least it's agility. At least it's my main stat, but still. So let's see here. So Tarnished Ring on paper is an upgrade. Of course, I get more hit, which means I have more hit I should try to drop somewhere else. I can, of course, always remove a talent point. That's one opportunity. I could also look to get this instead. So that's an opportunity. And then there's, you know, there's also the Blackstone Ring. Ultimately, I'm trying to chase all of them, all 3 of them, just to have the possibilities to swap depending on how the rest of the gear looks. As you know, as you find something else, then you have means with which to swap. So there's also the trash one, but seeing as we aren't doing MC just yet, doesn't really make sense yet. Where does your hit come from? Well, so I've got the 3% from talents right now. Where is it? Isn't it in here? Oh, can't even remember. Where is it? Marksman? Where the hell am I looking? Why is it I can't remember all of a sudden? It is here somewhere. There we go. Yeah, Surefooted. 3% from Surefooted. And then we've got the 2% from the shoulders. And we've got 1% on bracers. And we've got 2% on gloves. That's it right now. Yep. That is it right now. So, but you can say, you know, new drops means new opportunities. So, yeah. You're looking good, my man. Champions, nice. You got that belt, nice. Hey, yeah. It's fun that, you know, we're, as we just talked about, right? It's close to this helmet looks even worse. Yeah, fair enough. It does look. That one does look even more. I might have to keep using the Triumph gauntlets for a long time. At least it's nice looking and frees up gear slots to be accurate. Yeah. Yeah, that's... It kind of reminds me of one of the characters from the original animation of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I think there was one like, was it? I was about to say Beeblebrox and Rocksteady. I wonder if those are. If I'm thinking of something else. Yeah, no, it was just there's like a. It wasn't quite the resemblance I actually figured there was, but it's like it gives you this rhinoceros appearance, in my opinion, or like a what's the dinosaur one that like the Stegosaurus type thing, like heavily armored. I wonder what the full green set would look like. True M gauntlets, Timmy's galoshes, boots, and some other gear surely has the same texture. Yeah, could well be. So let's see, where are people? They're just about here. That's nice. We are getting ready to go places. Sorry, even more on the coffee ASMR. Welcome to Coffee ASMR vibes. I got I applied for a job. I don't know how long ago is it. Let's see, maybe like a year ago or something. At Revolut, and they had this very weird recruitment process where you basically start off with like a 10-minute screening session first with like a recruiter, just to figure out if it makes sense to continue on. And after that, I made it through that round. Ooh, made the cut. So I had a session with somebody from Revolut who worked out of the UK, and what they did as part of their recruitment process was that they like have a 1-hour session, which is sort of like, I would say, like a thinking out of the box brainstorming session. So effectively, you get presented like a case that doesn't necessarily have any relevance to your line of work, and then you have to. There's no definitive answer to how you solve it, but it's very much about thinking outside of the box and you trying to problem solve a hypothetical scenario. And so they spend a lot of time first trying to walk you through what the concept is and what the result is supposed to be. On the one hand, we're back to they tell you that there's no definitive answer, but at the same time, they have some sort of expectations as to what the final product or your assessment should be, but they can't tell you what it is. And so let's say, I went in there and I did my best, and I thought that I actually managed to cover a lot of ground, came up with a lot of fairly okay input, and so on. And it's like the person you're talking with turns off their camera, so you can't like read their facial expressions. So there's no like giveaway. You can't read anything out of the situation. Long story short, I felt it went okay. enough to warrant, let's say, a callback. Apparently, they did not, and so they just sort of sent you like a I'm sorry, but we don't see you as being a good fit. Good luck. And I was like, okay, that was surprising and a bit quick in just like. Okay, that went not so well. Yeah, we're off to a rough start. So it didn't go as I perceived, and so I tried to get in touch with him, talk to the guy I talked to originally, just to like get a feel for, hey man, this turned out differently than I expected, at least, and there's like, we don't there's no need to spend time dwelling on the past. What's done is done. You didn't make the cut, good luck. Okay, fair enough, right? At the same time, I was like, yeah, fair enough that we don't dwell on the past, but at the same point, for future reference, it's always nice to get input on what you could have done differently, so you can learn from your mistakes, even though it might not be relevant here. And there's no, just appreciate the fact that you're over and done with. You're tapped out. It's like, wow, okay, that's fairly harsh, very straightforward approach. But so I sort of, okay, done is done, moving on. Then about a month ago, I noticed that the position I applied for was relisted on LinkedIn from Revolut. I was like, not surprising, basically. It didn't surprise me that they hadn't found a candidate, because my line of work is so specialized. There's not a lot of us who can fill that role. And at the same time, in conclusion, based on the whole approach that they had the first time around, I was like, it didn't surprise me that they hadn't found anybody. But I was like, I would not consider going back there because of the whole situation, the whole approach. But duly noted. Okay, they're looking. Yeah. And then yesterday I get an email from the new head of recruitment, like, hey, we know you applied for this job in the past. We've changed a lot about our recruitment process. You're kind of one of our top candidates. Would you be willing to hear us out? And my standpoint actually still stands. I would never consider going back. But on the other hand, it might be that I could at least take a call with them and get a feel for like benchmarking salary expectations. If nothing else, then I can at least go back to my current employment and say, hey guys, just be mindful that I have a value somewhere else. So if you don't consider maybe bumping me up at some point salary wise, I'll have to look for other options. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, add 20% to my original ask. Yeah. And I would also, let's say if I should get to the point in the interview that I basically have an offer on the table, at least I can sort of present my price tag, an unreasonable high price tag, because I know they're in a tight spot, so you have a bit more leverage. So you can always say, I would be open to it, but you're gonna have to give me 20% on top of what I would have asked last time around. And then I can always, figure out how things look. Although I'm not honestly, they're not your friend. No, exactly. You have to look out for yourself. There's no coming back with tail between. Yeah, exactly. And I wouldn't say I have any sort of aversion towards them, but I know I'm not. So can't remember. There was. Yeah, but we all made it. So yeah, so that's where did we get into combat? We did there. Let's go. I didn't have a pet. Was it me? Yeah. Be mindful not to fall off somewhere. You really don't want to fall off. Okay, we made it this far. Now we can. Yeah, no. So I'm not, you know, I would expect that I could squeeze them. I could at least squeeze them for a fairly what should we call it? Opportune price tag. Because I have the upper hand in this situation. And then can always, you know, I'm 100% sure I would never reconsider, but at least I could always use that as leverage with my current employer. So yeah, but it's funny. It's not the first time around that I have like experienced the situation in which I knew that it was going to play out something like this. Wow, this is... What is he doing? So, welcome! If you're just tuning in, okay, he left. Another one bites the dust. Some people deter easily, right? Some people do not. We're back to the whole patience / perseverance. What can you stomach? Have you got it in you? If at first you don't succeed. We will have to see about finding a tank and trying again. You will face many challenges throughout life. You know, you can either get knocked down, then get back up and try again, or you can just stay there. You know, what's that going to give you opportunity-wise? Dragon Bull has joined. Dragon Bull. Did I misclick completely? I'm sorry about that. Or was it you doing layer swap? Dragon Bull has joined. Ah, okay, fair enough. Just checking. Layer swap. Yeah, figured. I'm surprised actually that you were able to layer swap using me when I was in a group. But of course I was the leader, so that might be why. Dragon Bull. Dragon Bull, you know, he's got the name to suggest that this is his domain. He's got this shit covered, right? He can do this. Dragon Bull. Edgar suit. Anybody know the reference? Edgar suit. Old school reference. To be fair, I probably mostly have old school references. You know, I haven't had time to watch a movie in the last 10 years, and everything I've seen before that was probably predated 10 years already, so my repertoire is old. Okay, so let's see here. We can walk through. What are we missing by now, actually? Sort of broad term. We're missing done. I do believe I have a few other pieces I could effectively no, not a few. Done. I do have the Devil Shower kit also as an opportunity if it made sense to swap some around, but these are that much better, so probably not. So we're looking effectively to swap the belt for the Warpwood one from Diamond. We'll have to go back and revisit that. I'm missing the Greaves from Skullman's Summon Boss. The Wind River Greaves. I'm missing a better ring. So option 1, Tribute Run, of course. Option 2, UBRS. Option 3, Princess. effectively, I should actually grab all three just to have multitude of swappability. And then there was the Barbarous Blade from the final part of DM North. So we're closing in on the last of the pieces. Belt and ring, so you can maybe get better bracers. Yeah, exactly. Yes. And at some point on, I could also, let's say, if I ever get around to actually taking time to try and make some gold in some manner, there could be the opportunity to buy the giant Stalker bracers as well from the auction house, right? I think they were sitting at about 150 gold, was it? No, I remembered incorrectly. Bit more, 500-ish. I think I saw them for 500 last time, but yeah. That's one opportunity. And 750 for the, yeah. Flexing with Landscape, yeah, for sure. and I, you know, I can, I was so really lucky in the sense that I have done all of, I think I've done Baron 2 or 3 times. So just the fact that I got them already is just such good fortune, really is. There's no excuse for that. I wonder if I can I find them here somewhere? Baron, Rivendare. Let's see here. Can I see it somewhere? Tagged. Kill assist. Yeah, I've done him twice, right? So, in all fairness, I should by no means have the cloak already. Been super fortunate when it comes to that. No question about it. So yeah, that is just my luck. Lucky. Lucky, very lucky, for sure. Alrighty, so let's see here, just awaiting our tank, the majestic Dragon Bull. He will do great things for us, Dragon Bull. Okay. Unwilling link presence. Okay. So. Could have done 3 runs by now. Yeah, for sure. It's, it really feels, it feels like one of those touch and go situations. Sometimes you just have, everything run like clockwork, and sometimes you end up with this, standing around waiting, whatnot. I mean, let's hope that at some point on they actually do, reinstate the meeting stones so that you could summon people. That will help a lot, right? So yeah, but it is one of these situations where you just half the struggle is just getting started. And I think it applies even more than when you have these situations where you then end up having to find a replacement, so you wait even more. There we go. Dragon Bull. Alrighty, we are ready. Born ready. Tribute height. Oh yeah, I forgot to change that. If you enjoy the stream, make sure to check out my socials. Beep, beep, beep. It just looks like I have like a, trying to link profanity all the way around. What you don't know is actually, the chatbot, the Twitch chatbot is basically just detecting the fact that I'm trying to link my OnlyFans, right? And that's not going well. Damn it! Can't even, this is where the real money's made. Shall we? What do you wanna skip them? No, you wanna do them. Here, big boy. Oh, I think that was a save on my end just because I was so close to... Watch for the patrol. I was so close to, unfortunately, popping off multi-shot at the wrong time. Dogs first. Come on. I'd say that was a decent enough recovery, wasn't it? Not that I'm trying to pat myself, but trying to assess the outcome. People managed their responsibilities well. We came out on top. And I see that there was also a... It's funny, this is a game. It's a game, and it's basically just keyboard and mouse. And yet something as silly as this... something as silly as these situations where you're walking on eggshells on these fine lines, and the worst thing that could happen is you fall down. My mind has a severe case of vertigo. You know, there's this delicate balance of feeling like I'm close to falling down, because sometimes it's like, okay, how big is the actual animation? How big is the ledge? What? Oh, we got something. Not sure about that. Let's see here. Where did we get him from? We don't quite know. But yeah, it's a thing. I'm not, you know, it's completely silly, and it kind of weird that it happens, but it you know, it does. And I'm okay, here, 1 second. I'll see if I can man up a little bit. Okay. Let's see what we got here. One trap. I triggered both of them for some reason. The fucker. Sometimes I look down and I'm not quite sure where my mana went. I don't always feel like I used it. Of course, I am pretty sure that that is just the case. You know, popping off skills on every cooldown. It just drains quickly, but still, sometimes I don't know, where did the mana go? There should be more left. There's definitely not a lot of if we're talking raid scenarios. One thing I really need to pursue at some point is acquiring more mana potions to create some more longevity for raid bosses, because right now I'm sure that I would run out well quick of an actual kill. Let's see here if he can. He's going for it. Going and swinging. Ah, level up that skill. Stone shield potion. Greater stone shield potion. Did somebody? He did. Excellent. Excellent. Or in the words of Mr. Burns, maybe, you know, add a bit more flair to it. Excellent. I hope you all know that one. Autobiographer, you have jumped 19,000 times. If I manage one thing in the game, at least, it's gonna be to jump from here all the way to the next expansion. We have to conclude that every time I don't know what else to do with my character, every time there's some sort of a pause, I jump. In the words of who was it? Was it Crisscross? Again, this is a reference that outdates some of you maybe. Crisscross, the guys from what was it, the early 90s who wore their clothes backwards. Group, 2 guys or boys maybe. Maybe that's more fair assessment. I jump often for some reason, just trying to teach myself out of it when in combat. Yeah, I don't think I do it in combat either. Generally. That's actually not entirely true, because I have a tendency, if it turns out that I'm too close to a mob, you know, and my pet is tanking and I need to distance myself, I actually have a tendency to try and run sideways or away from the mob, and then I almost always end up jumping as I turn. So there's not a full truth to what I said before that I don't do it in combat, but situational maybe. There we go. Looking good, you know, it helps that we have at least a skillful hunter in our midst. And then, you know, I'm just here for, I can't even say for the good looks. I'm just here for the purposes of filling up the group maybe. You know, cheerleader, spirit leader, the one to help them along. So let's address that. So if we were the cast of oh dear God, what's the name of I'm looking for? If we were the cast of Lord of the Rings, and I was the guy who was part of the crew but was least impactful, you know, who would I be? Who from the cast would I be? Sort of the guy who was brought in because, you know, as the off the bench, because there was one of the actual hobbits that was meant for the journey who called in sick, right? And they had to bring in a sub, and all the subs that they actually brought in were unavailable. So what they got stuck with was just, oh dear God, we're gonna have to bring this guy. Right. I'll mana up a bit more with the opportunity presenting save. Alrighty. We do trap. Yeah, we do the trap. We do the trap. Got milk? No, got mats. No, do I? Okay, let's see here. So he wasn't even talking about me. He was talking about one of the others. So Come on. Librum of protection. Man up a bit more while the opportunity's there. Trap is ready. Or getting there. Yes, trap is ready. Nice. Okay, there we go. Incoming! Path things off a bit sometimes. Of course, you know, when you always hear people talking about the fact that you have to find your own path in life, and on the other hand, we have to respect the fact that these guys did so, right? They didn't just follow the common path. So I really shouldn't be giving them a hard time. You know, here we have two guys who decided to act independently, decided to do something other than, you know, the beaten path. The last time I tried to do this was in Wrath, where I could basically solo it on my paladin. So all of a sudden having to recognize the fact that the mobs hurt and that they don't just get one shot is a thing. One of these situations where you really need to remember. Nice. Alrighty, at least we made this far. Coming along. See here what we've got. See, this is one of those packs where I would be cautious about the pathing for the pet, so I'm figure I'll just keep it here with me for now and then just do this without the assistance for now. Basically done, yeah. I appreciate the moral support. You know, the little words of encouragement. It's like it's like having a good man in your ring corner, right? You're boxing a tough match. You know, there's a break right now. You're sitting there on your little stool, and then you've got your coach by your side going, "No, hang in there, you got this." That's how I feel, right? That's how I feel you're performing right now, Temujin. Sweet, 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 sweet. Let's see if I can. Alrighty. Impenetrable helmet of stamina. Impenetrable. That's quite the statement, right? Impenetrable. No suit. Okay, so no suit, kill. Yeah. Kill it all. No idea. Can we pull guard into feign death? I cannot answer that for you, unfortunately. Cautious to avoid unintentionally pulling the wrong thing. Have I offended you in some way? I have. I have trapped you. Attempted to incarcerate your soul in the very ice with which it belongs. Okay, so we can see the end. The end is near. Just don't go towards the light. Chrome Crush. What drops from this boss? Captain. Mugger's Belt. Ah, that's... I think that was what he was after, or hoping for. Fingers crossed. I believe the rogue was hoping for that. Let me get this. Still waking up. Okay. 50%. Okay, there will be ads. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. Triggered a memory, and they're coming from the front. One second here. I pushed the wrong bloody button. Okay. Yep. We are. Let's go. Maybe conserve mana for the ads coming. Got the ads coming from here. See if I can pull one over there. Go. Ouch. We're wiping, and the priest has the time to has to like comment that the boots dropped. Of course, on the other hand, you know, we were bordering on doomed anyway. Just like you're dying, and then you, oh look, boots. You know, again, once again, another thing to hope for with common expansions, the ability to use traps in combat. You know, having been able to re-trap there would have been nice. I should never have said this was fast. Yeah. Yes. Is it that, you know, there's always the risk of jinxing it, isn't there? Such is life. Oh, and well. All right. So the run of shame is really nearly done. Yo there, of course I can. 1 second here. A friendly request from a guildie looking to add a knot. Let's see here. There we go. Come on. Squeezing my fat ass past here. Or maybe it's the broad shoulders, you know, that sounds better than fat ass. Broad shouldered. Wide and proud. The only way to get working on the goal of 20,000 jumps is, of course, to put in the effort. So, you know, you have all this time. So many jumps to get knock off, you know, knock out. Anywho, closing in on the final leg of the tribute run. Fingers crossed for the ring. That would be swell and completely unfair if it drops on the first one, right? And I win it. So a multitude of factors that can still play out not to my advantage. But sometimes you get lucky. So we can always hope. So let's see here. So I figure I can start summoning my pet back. Okay, so we made it this far. The end is near. The end is near. Hopefully it's only the end of the dungeon. So we're back on track. Time to kill some more stuff. Kinda. Didn't get it off time. He interrupts. Don't run that way, you stupid pet. Alrighty. Just about done with the tribute run. We're back for more. So not just this a tribute run all of a sudden, it's also like a poets meeting here. We're looking to rhyming session. Not the Dead Poets Society, but bordering on it. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Okay. We made it here. So, mana up. Mana up, fingers crossed. Tribute, chest drop, tarnished ring. Tarnished elven ring, let's go. Tarnished elven ring, fingers crossed. One of those, please. I'm not picky by any means. And a barber's blade. Double up. 2 for 2. 2 for 2. Completely realistic. What could possibly not go my way? Ouch. Come on. Grimy metal boots. Crikey. So we'll have to wait on the barber's blade for next run. But fingers crossed. Ring. $27 ring. Yes, nice. He rolls a fucking 95. Oh, bastard. We tried, we failed. Damn it. Oh well. You can't win them all. At least we can confirm that the drop exists. So 0 for 2. Oh well, thanks for coming, Temujin. Regardless of the outcome. Yeah, shit happens. Oh, sorry. Next time you get your buffs, could just hang around a couple of minutes and DM John and see if someone is selling. Yeah. Yeah, could do. The king. I'll double check. Might be that was an extra ring in the chest, you know, but false bottom. Hyena hide jerkin. Whoop whoop. Do you happen to have an extra ring? No, fresh out. Sorry. Oh well. Wah. Is this another one of those places where you consider whether you want your pet to be there or not? Just checking. Couldn't remember if he had anything else. They shall be friendly. Yeah. If you consider cheating me out of a ring, being friendly in some way. I think I'll make talk to guard to get yeah he's at the close to the entrance, right? Oh, was it the one in the ice block as well? Okay, I forgot that one. I'll go back. What you don't have in your head, you have to have in your feet. I don't know if the expression works just as well in English, but it's at least in Danish. Sort of like a figure of speech for, you know, typically the whole if you're supposed to remember something and you forget, then back and forth is just an extra distance you have to cover, right? So what you don't have in your feet, no, what you don't have in your head, you need to have in your feet. Chance for a critical hit with a spell. Yeah. Yeah, and you do have, you know, well, yeah, but your arcane shot at least is considered a spell, right? So that one will at least trigger the opportunity. Chance for a critical hit with a spell increased by, so 3% increased crit on your arcane shot at least. Okay, I think maybe, well, yeah, could be. And one is there. Last guy's down here, isn't he? There he was. Overall stamina. Moldor's Moxie. 15%. Guy on the left you can talk to? Guy on the left. Up here? Hello. You got them all. Ah, okay, fair enough, yeah. Yeah, I was about to say, is this one you were mentioning? Yeah. You got them all. Yep. And I got the Hyena Hide Jerkin. Decent enough stats for level 55, you know? Yeah, got all three. Okay. So, okay. So, I think... Need boons? What do you mean, need boons? Oh, you know, yeah. I still have one active actually from previously, so I can't really. If I activate it now, there's a 1 hour CD. Yeah, but if I reactivate this one, it disappears, right? And I don't have another, so it doesn't really benefit me right now. I forgot to buy more, so I don't have any in stock. I should. I'm off. Thanks for the longest free run. Yeah, you're welcome, buddy. Thanks for coming. It was a pleasure. Too bad we didn't have more luck, but thanks for the thanks for hanging out anyways. Because I could, what could I? Let's see here. I couldn't even. I could, of course. No. I think if I remember correctly, if I click it now, it restores the ones I have suspended. So all of a sudden they're all active, but this one disappears because I used it. Because then I would need to have a fresh one. Yeah. So I need to have another chrono in stock, which I don't have right now. Okay. Yeah, okay, that works. So I can jump to Orgrimmar, restore the ones I have, get one from you, and then store them all. We can try it out at least, see if it works, and then we are at least wiser. The wiser. Let's see how this shit works. Thank you. I'll give you a gold afterwards. Okay, so let's see here. So if we can test it out. Unboon. Check. Restoring. Okay, so they're active now. And then we boon this one. Which... Yes. Okay. There we go. Yep, okay. It worked. Wonderful. Thank you for the help. Thank you. I'll have to go grab a few extra chronos shortly. I'll send one your way to pay off my debt. Can't even be bothered stocking up on these for now. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna step away for 10 minutes real quick, grab a quick bite to eat, I think, and then I'll be back and figure out what the devil to do now. Try what we try if we do one or the other. So give me just a second to grab something to eat real quick, and I will be back. Hey, I'm back. What did I miss? Anything interesting? Okay, so strategizing. What's next? What's next? What's next? Pursuing other options. I could maybe just see if I can find somebody selling Maraudon run, so I can look to get the princess ring. Maybe. Need to find a charger real quick. 1 second here. Charge up my phone. It seems that it's about to run out of power. So. Okay, let's see here. So, what to do? What to do? Prices have gone up in recent days. So from what was it? I think it was about 500 gold, and the other was 750. There's somebody here looking for DPS for Darmall West. See if I can get lucky enough to get in on that. At least I can get another chance at the belt. Let's see here if I'm lucky. Excellent. Not too shabby. I can probably... I'll go stock up on some ammo before we go. Also need to do LBRS at some point for the key quest, so I can finish off, get this stuff done and this stuff done. I looked out the window while I was in the kitchen, and despite the fact that I look out the window every day, because my garden is right outside, all of a sudden it surprised me that the grass had grown as much as it had. I mean, I feel like it's only a few days ago I looked out and sort of concluded that it didn't need cutting yet. Now all of a sudden looking out, it feels like it's grown an inch, 2 inches in the past few days. Probably is not the case, but I was like, okay, I must have missed that in some manner. But on the other hand, the weather has, been getting slowly warmer and warmer, so it does make sense for sure. Okay, so we have I see several of the guys in the group are the ones I saw in the LFG channel earlier. The rogue and the shaman. So it looks like we basically just need a damage dealer and we're good to go. Anywho, I'll just grab a few more of these just because. I managed to go a few good portion of them, seems. Staff of the Friar. Alrighty, I'll just start flying in the general direction, can't hurt. We go again. We go again. We can always hope. Fingers crossed. I'm gonna open up a window a little bit as well. Go get some fresh air. Okay, so excuse me. So I was trying to figure out if I could find out what was causing. So let's see here. So the thing was that I was about to say the profanity filter kicks in when I try to type the links on Twitch chat for the different socials, and it's not the configuration within Twitch itself, so it's one of the bots that's doing it. So I'm just trying to see if I can figure out why, so I could do something to circumvent it. It would be nice that I could ensure that it would be nice to be able to have the bot avoiding other people putting links in the channel, but it would still be nice that it did not refrain myself from being able to do so. So how do you how do you do that? So, Thora, Night, Feather Moon. Hello, internet. How do I make sure the bot does not prevent my own links? I would like to avoid that. Which one is bigger? It's it seems as if the it seems as if the you can say the default is in the Twitch settings that when if I personally post a link per se, it's allowed to go through, but it seems as if because the link I'm trying to post is populated by the bot, perhaps. Let's test it out here. That it gets it's some way caught up in the this works, yeah, because I posted it directly. But when the bot does it, it seems to mess up. Yeah, you're prevented from doing so. But the thing was that I tried to. There's a timer from Stream Elements that posts like just the social links. That one was being sort of redacted as well. So I was just trying to figure out how I could make it work. Yo, Triptol, how's it going? Long time no see. How are you? Could be a worthy choice. Yeah, I might try that actually. Good input. Been busy? You? Yeah. Well, I think in overall terms, I can't really say that I've been super busy. But I'm doing good things. I'm trying to dabble a bit with the whole streaming on the side in between work and hanging out with all these great people in game and on the chat as well. So yeah, all in all, I think I have to say that I'm fairly well off. We get the keys to our new house on Tuesday. So come Tuesday, I'm pretty sure that we're gonna be in for a busy month, roughly, because we have a month before we move in. So from that point in time, there's gonna be a lot to do for sure. But yeah, but no complaints from here. That's for sure. Am I still in the guild? You should be. We haven't kicked you out, I hope. Yeah, you are. Of course you are. Still sitting nice and comfy. Your spot is secure, don't worry. Cool, we'll be more active. Yeah, you know, we all go through different phases in which we have more time or less time. That's how it is, you know, not to worry about that. But I mean, let's say honestly, we'll, you know, we look forward to seeing you again. So yeah, that's, you know, that's always, you're always started going to a gym with a PT, a personal trainer. I reckon that's what it is. Yeah, cool. That's awesome. Did you were you working out before, or is this a new thing as well? I mean, starting fresh, or just there's always the part of it being that you it's easier when there's somebody who's like holding you accountable. And I reckon also if you're either new to it or have been out of it for a while, the concept of having somebody push you, inspire you is always nice. First training, I blacked out. Wow, okay, fair enough. Sounds tough. It sounds as if you're going pretty ham on that thing then. It's not just I mean, of course, if you signed up to train with The Rock, there's a reason, but been drinking, playing games for less when it's, yeah, yes. I can follow you. I'd say so yeah, very unfit. Yeah. Honestly, I've looking back, I had definitely a lot of years where I didn't take enough care of myself, I think is the accurate reflection. I think that you know, basically from the time I turned from around the time I turned 30, I started saying to myself, because my let's say the amount of training, gym things that I'd done before then had been very fluctuating. But when I was turned 30, I was like, I should do more. And it went well some weeks, and it didn't, and then it didn't happen for a month. And it's been very inconsistent since then. But I think overall, you can say I've done some other things instead to start working, especially on just like my weight. I think there were a lot of years in which I basically overconsumed when we're talking food, calories specifically. So even just being more mindful of that and trying to like reduce the amount of food intake I had has contributed a lot to, you know, at least doing something. And then I've always since then tried to sort of rationalize with myself that even just doing a little bit of something is better than doing nothing. So if I don't food, candy, soda, yeah. I've noticed that as the years have gone by, my desire for candy has decreased, and the more it decreases, the less susceptible I am to having like the cravings. So it has like a positive outcome in the sense that slowly but surely my want for it gets less and less. I think one of the very easily measurable things that I had a challenge with in recent years was I basically, when I would sit around playing computer, if I managed to find some time in the evening, you know, kids were in bed and their wife wanted to watch whatever series she was watching, I could maybe, you know, steal an hour or two by the computer. There's like this ingrained part of my brain that appreciates sitting, drinking a nice cool beer while gaming. But that even that sort of adds up calorie wise. I work full time sitting behind a desk. The level of activity that I need to perform on a daily basis can be very low. So all of a sudden, there's a very few calories that you can afford on top of just regular meals. And beer all of a sudden was a lot of calories for nothing other than like a psychological pleasure. So I actually tested it out for quite a while, and with doing non-alcoholic beers instead. And that actually has stuck with me since. There's quite a lot of fairly good ones out there by now that actually are enjoyable to drink and have no calories per se. So that's actually been good in the sense of getting to a place where I can enjoy a beer without necessarily paying the price for it. Yeah. So that's worked for me. You can say it's like an isolated thing in the big picture, but everything plays a part at this point in time. So even just that is a small positive contribution. So yeah, that's been another thing. But I ended up I have also switched some degree of my diet / eating to including intermittent fasting. So I had some friends who talked about it at some point. I was at a dinner party some time ago and they talked about trying that they did this. And I ended up reading up on it a bit ahead of time and have 1 second. Sorry, just one of the girls came home. No, so I actually I ended up reading a lot about it, intermittent fasting, and there's a lot of different solutions to it. And so what I ended up doing, let's say I concluded that I was a suitable enough candidate in the sense that, again, the calories, the food that I actually need is fairly low. Having a job sitting still all day, not having such a high degree of activity, that it was critical for me to get a lot of calories. So I've actually stuck with it by now for since January last year. So since January 2024. And what it includes is that I basically skip breakfast, and so I don't eat anything until lunch. So it's from the window of opportunity, let's say, during which I'm allowed to eat, is from noon till 8 p.m. So 8-hour time frame in which I eat solids, and then 16 hours in which I only have liquids per se. And it took a couple of weeks to get used to, but it's actually worked well for me since. I mean, I think that the important thing was especially to recognize the fact that it was about identifying the fact that you're not just starving yourself, because then that sort of negates the purpose, right? That's not healthy for you. So it was in part about transforming the way that your body's programmed to react. So that took a bit of time, and I think there were some times in the beginning where there was some inkling of hunger but short term, just like, okay, I'm used to having had breakfast an hour ago and now I haven't, things like that. But it fairly quickly transitioned into, okay, you know, I can actually go a bit further, a bit longer without breakfast compared to what I've done before. So yeah, that's actually worked out for me. I've lost quite a lot of weight so far as a result of it, and there's actually a lot of areas in which I've seen positive improvements, especially to like my energy levels in the afternoon. They used to often be quite tough. Like I would often come home from work, and despite the fact that I hadn't done anything all day, I could feel completely drained of energy, have trouble like with my thoughts, like just a clouded mind. And some of these things have actually improved significantly after I sort of started more intensely doing the intermittent fasting. Yeah. So it's positive, but you know, I did spend a lot of time reading up on it before I sort of ventured into it. I didn't want to do something rash or unproven to myself, because it was one of these things you hear about and you're like, you know, yeah, is this really a good idea? So yeah, note to self, I try to be very attentive to like the details, read up on it before I did it. But I mean, but cool that you're doing something about it. Awesome that you've, you know, decided to change something. You know, there's no time like the present, and it's so easy to have an excuse. It's so easy to procrastinate and just kind of, you know, keep having a good excuse for a while. You'll do it tomorrow instead of today. We're so inclined to do that, you know. So it's just, you really just have to. I mean, even just these past few months have been there's been a lot of things going on, preparations for the new house and all that. So my time at the gym has definitely been a lot less. And I've sort of said, okay, you know, what can I do if I'm not getting to the gym? So I decided to do like just some different things around the house that were easily accessible. Like, okay, I'll do some push-ups, I'll do some horse stances, I'll do some plank, I'll do some squats. And you can say even just like starting off doing the push-ups. I mean, I started off being able to do like maybe 10. They weren't clean. And then I was like, okay, you know, I'll work my way up from there. So I started off roughly 10, and then I made it to, you know, 15. Then I made it to 20 consecutive ones, of course, you know. And then I sort of decided to, okay, whenever in the mornings, if I'm working from home, if I, you know, like today, if I'm streaming from 8 morning till noon, that's 3-4 hours. During that time, realistically, I'll go grab a cup of coffee twice, maybe 3 times, depending on situation. If I do push-ups every time I'm waiting for the water maker to boil, that still adds up to the, you know, just maybe clock in the first 60 push-ups before noon. And then, you know, if I do it a couple of more times during the day, and then look to sort of ramp up the number of reps. That's also just, you know, that also has some sort of merit. So yeah, anything is better than nothing, really is. Alrighty. Last guy's just about here. Yet another attempt at, specifically for me, getting the belt. We want the belt. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed for yet another attempt. Has to drop sooner or later, doesn't it? I'm not sure there's anything else that's actually like usable for me. I don't think so. I looked at it when we were here a couple of hours ago. Those bracers were okay. You know, nothing wrong with grabbing a pair of them just for like some sort of alternating gear pieces, but that's about it. Yeah, so fingers crossed. Look out, there's another patrol coming. Totems are gonna pull anyway. Yep. Alrighty. Was that all of them? Down here? Probably. Oh. Kill it. Yeah, let's hope so. We're hoping all the treants are dead. Come on. Warp wood bindings for Papa, please. Warp wood bindings for me. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Wow, I did not see him make his way there. I'll keep an eye out, see if something shows up. Yes. Now I can only hope nobody else actually needs them. Hooray! Unbelievable. In the awesomest way. Yes. Yeah. This makes Dad a happy little camper. Awesome, 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 awesome sauce. Nice. Do you ever have that situation where you're almost afraid to hope it? You're afraid to think that it could drop because you're afraid to jinx it. That dread of getting what you actually need. It becomes sort of like I have to steer clear of thinking it because I really don't want to jinx it all the time. Yeah. All of a sudden, this feels like there's somebody in the guild chat linking some items in German. German names. Okay, all of a sudden this puts us in a completely different ball game. We effectively now, what are we? I'm thinking here, which is hard enough. Maybe you can hear the cogwheels turning. So now we basically need. We've got 2 items from Dire Mall North. One from the tribute one, the ring. One from King Gordok, whatever his name is. And then there's the boots from Skolomance, the summon boss. I think on paper that's actually it. Then there's an opportunity for the princess ring as well, just to have it for safekeeping, because it might be worth swapping to depending on other item pieces. But that means that effectively I'm only missing three items from pre-bis. All of a sudden, and it was 5 this morning, so that's just amazing. Yeah. Been a long time coming, but that doesn't matter. Yes. It's about the little wins. It's about the little wins. Those guys hurt a lot. Those guys hurt a lot. Kicking our ass. See if I can. Oh, we're still in combat. Okay. We'll try again. See if we can get the pit up. Get some mana. Niceness. This is you know, another like small high, you know, item done. Feels good, man. I think we concluded earlier this morning that it was basically a 25% drop rate. Yeah, 24% drop rate. So 1 in 4. So let's see here. This would be the third time. Third time total I've done the boss. So statistically, it's not completely off. Magister Calendris. Why don't you LOS? Patch your deck quickly, that's for sure. He's not quite geared for the magical damage output from some of those guys, that's for sure. Hurts like a freight train. Alright, at least we made it. Made it to the boss. Let's see what happens. Alright. Back on track. Let's go. Elder Magus Pendant. Done and done. Hopefully that was what the priests needed. Nope. Wasn't it? Too bad. 1 second, just checking the door. I think everybody who was home left again. So, let's see here. This feels familiar. So this is one of those situations where you've come across people in the past who have been looking for a specific item from a specific boss, and once the item either drops and they win, or it doesn't drop, they disappear, right? We've all seen that. So, is this when I should be
So the question now is, should I be ditching them, leaving the raid, not the raid, leaving the dungeon in the midst of everything here because I got what I needed and I don't need anything else? Ethics 101. It would appear that I have forgotten. And as we speak about it, we lost the priest. Mother flucker. Let's put him on ignore. I can't be bothered with that another time. Some people. None of them didn't check. So we found a new guy. We found a new guy to tag along. Party leader was just informing him that we reset. I can't be bothered for reset. You have dealt 20 million damage. That's another thing for the scrapbook. Autobiographer. Damage dealt 20 million. 19 million effective, 588,000 over time. Must be like dots. Damage taken 2 million. That's a good ratio. So the outcome right now of the dungeon is shady. So the priest, who apparently didn't quit, he DC'd. And so I'm gonna take him back up again. Remove player. He DC'd long enough that one of the others thought he had jumped ship. And so we found a replacement, and now he's back online. The confusion is complete. Seems we're a bit unclear as to whether or not things are going well or not. There's some disagreement as to the priest and his role, so not sure what we'll figure out. It seems there might be some degree of him having DC'd as well. I'll put him back. As long as there's any likelihood of him being a douche, then why bother? Life is too short. Let's go. Fucking hell. Oh, that was my bad. Trying to reposition, went in the wrong direction. Shit happens and then you die. The punishment is real, boys. The punishment is real. It feels like it's having the window open is almost a bit too chilly, but having it closed, it all of a sudden gets fairly hot in here fairly quickly. Thank you. Sometimes it would have been good to have, you know, placed like a mark visually, because you know, at least there's potentially something that you detect. I'm not saying it would have saved us in this situation. Could very well be that I had managed to run into them regardless, but oh, I almost fucked up again. I'm gonna cancel the pet first. Where the fuck is that pet? taxi service here. Beep beep. Hello and welcome to a special edition of Cab Driver. So the cab driver has arrived in World of Warcraft, and today he's shuttling mages from spot A to spot B. It's a way of giving back to a class that is otherwise most known for their transportation skills. This time on Hunter Cabs. You know, we've done it all on this stream. We've done it all. We've done, you know, nature shows, deer hunting. You know, we got renovation stream coming up. But for now, Hunter Cabs. The newest flavor. Here, if I can. So a couple of hours ago we had the longest tribute run in world history, basically. It might be that we end up having the world's longest Dire Maul West run shortly. Who knows for sure? We cannot be absolutely positive, but there's a likelihood that in some manner it ends up being long and strenuous. But, you know, we're still in a situation where maybe that's like the way to think about it, you know. We came, we saw, we conquered, we got the item we needed. Is that worth the price of having an excruciatingly long run? Yes, it is. So, you know, that's the way it has to be. You should never go shopping when you're... Yeah, you should never go shopping when you're hungry. You always buy things you don't really need. And especially you're more inclined to get all the sweets. Much more inclined. You end up with all kinds of different things that you know you don't really need the day after. But right now, but cheesecake is so good, definitely cheesecake. And you know, and that nice chill bottle of Coca-Cola, whatever, you know, all those things. Yeah, they all Partly that, one part just not thinking straight when you really need. Yeah, that's also always an opportunity to just end up with whatever it is that you either you forget something or you get some, or you definitely get something that you didn't really need. You didn't really need it before, you don't really need it now. Ingredients wise, yeah. Definitely. See here, command post checking in. Nothing important at the moment. For some reason decided this is the day to stock up on spices. Okay, well, yeah, fair enough. I'm weak for Marabou. Yeah. Yes, I can follow on that one. I think I have the same weakness. Honestly, I'm sure that I actually have a very large, extensive amount of weaknesses for sweets. Horrible. I really have to try to stay away from. I really try to make a point of not buying sweets if I'm at the store. You know, really try to say to myself that there's no excuse for doing it, because I know that if I open that box, then you know I can get this as well, or this is okay. It you know, it really doesn't work. It's a slippery slope. So I really do try to refrain from it entirely, but it's troublesome. I'd say the worst part is not hanging anybody out to dry, but my wife has a weak gut in that sense. She's much more inclined to do it always, you know. But I'm not, you know, I'm not putting myself up on a pedestal. I usually make sure to put in a good amount of contribution in eating it afterwards, but I'm much better at not buying it. But once it's inside the you know, the in the house, I will generally succumb to. It's not even peer pressure. There's nobody forcing me to do it. But yeah, that's all me. There's definitely room for improvement. Just not there yet. Any day now. Oh, but the thing is, you know, it's instant gratification, right? It immediately triggers a neurological response that is just pleasurable, you know. It just hits that sweet spot, and then the remorse or the you know, kicks in afterwards. You're like, I didn't really need it, right? It's over, it's done, but I probably could have fared just as well without having munched on it, but too late now. Oh yes, the sweetness, the goodness. Ouch. That's a mean bear. Padres trousers. How's the air quality been over there in Denmark? Here the road dust is going airborne. Hopefully get some rain cleaning. Has started, but would say so. I actually don't feel like the air quality overall to me has seemed very fine. No problems whatsoever. I have not noticed anything lacking in that regard. But I mean, I don't. Even now, I do live outside of any of the big major cities, and shortly we're moving even more outside of any sort of populated area. So that's not something I notice really. Alrighty. This is one of these bosses that just feels tedious. There's tracking stations all over Finland, and this morning where I live, the breathable particles count peaked at 300. Overnight it was like 220. Okay. I've never given it any thought before. I couldn't tell you what we're at or how it's looking, what the quality is. Yeah, you'll know if it's bad. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I reckon it's one of those things that if you know if you need to, right? You can feel it or sense it or. Cars drive past and you get a dust cloud, feel the dust in your throat, nose. Yeah. It's. Oh, I could actually drink a cup of coffee right now. I should have planned better. Made one before. I'll have to do that afterwards, I figure. An afternoon kappa. Oh, wrong one. No. Funnily enough, Helsinki is better than where I live. It's the winter gravel and salt and tire studs pounding asphalt. Okay, well. Sometimes you can be amazed at the fact that it's not always just the cities that are the problem. But again, there's so many different environmental impacts that come into play. One more left. On this side at least. Yeah. Come to pop up. Pew pew. There we go. That's done. On to the next one up. Wait. We're going the long way around. Okay, we didn't succeed. Kind of hard to see from the animation. I couldn't quite figure out if they actually turned around or not, but they didn't. On the other hand, you know, grinding that reputation. See if we can respect the next pack instead. You're unsure of their movement pattern, right? If you're gonna get unlucky. Yeah, we got another one. It's not necessarily, you know, going as smoothly as it could. Got another packing coming. Okay, thankfully he managed to dodge that one. There we go. When you think about it, it's actually an insanely long way around. You definitely recognize when you should have gone the other way. Is this a good place? It's not a good place. Well, we're grabbing all the packs, right? Reputation grind. For sure. Definitely. It's more a case of, are there any that we missed? You know, did we actually miss any by now? Do we know? Have we been unfortunate that there's something we missed? Because it feels like we caught everything. Barely any reason to be skirting the edges anymore. Just, we have it all. We have it all. Okay. At least you don't really have to pay too much attention to the fact that if there's any patrols, because we know we have cleared them all. There's nothing left standing at all whatsoever anywhere. We're home safe. Or at least on, you know, famous last words. Until proven otherwise, we assume that we were in the clear. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there slowly but surely. Two mobs left. There we go. Boss time. Watch out for the patrol. Turn around, okay. Okay. Tame that, you know, why can't we tame that thing? That would have been cool, right? Pet. Even if he were shrunken down in size, he'd still have the appearance of like the core hounds, but not quite the same. There's another eye. Where's the other eye? There. Quick draw gloves and robes of everlasting night. Ouch. There we go. Nice. We made it. Now let's see if we can avoid pulling a random patrol here at the end, just for the hell of it. Maybe if we're lucky. Which way do they go? It's about predicting the pattern they move with, right? Okay. Nice. We're getting there. Nearly done. Gonna dismiss pet. I'm not sure if it pulls anything, but rather the whole pathing as soon as you change elevation is just an uncertainty, I feel. Really don't want to risk it. Oh, he pulled from the... Maybe I can just see him. Nope. Of course not. But it would be too easy. Lost the mage. There we go. Distracting. Oh, somebody. No, maybe he needs the dagger. I don't know. But congrats to him. Okay. So success on our end, in the sense that we got the belt. Sweetness. Another item done. And we stayed ethically. We provided instead of just leaving group. Which means that we're down 3 items. We need a better ring. We need the boots. And righto, lunch is ready. Good luck with dungeons. We're probably chilling, watching an episode of Sopranos. Yeah, thanks for hanging out today, man. I am going to jump off the stream in a second as well here. I think maybe mess around a bit in game still, but I think I'm gonna wrap it up for today. We've been at it for 5 hours. You brought me a lot of good luck. A couple of upgrades thanks to you guys. No, I'm sure it must be the contribution by yourselves hanging out in chat that has been my shining star. By the way, I really appreciate the conversations as always. So let's wrap it up here for today. I will be seeing you again soon-ish. Take care. Have a great day. I'll talk to you sooner or later. Either way, until we meet next, take care. See ya. Bye.